Yo, 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 good morning, good morning. Let's see if we can get the placement system in place today. We had something, or we did make some progress yesterday. The only problem is that we have something like this right now. The good thing is that every other frame we get a perfect placement, and every other frame we get a bad placement. Not entirely sure why this is happening though, but I'm thinking that I'm wondering if our input handler is still hitting the shovel. So this time around it actually looks like it's hitting the character though. I'm wondering if we get collisions. Yeah, it definitely looks like it. We're getting collisions with stuff we don't want to collide with. Okay, let's take a look. I'm a little bit worried. Like this, I was questionable. Or I questioned doing this, so like temporarily changing the layer and then doing an RB sweep test. That we might not get the result we want. Or that or it might actually be, here we go. So yeah, it's not enough to just create a new layer. We have to set up the collisions for that layer as well. Let's take a look at what we have now. Get some inexplainable offset as well. This one is the weirdest, I think. While we're up here. Yo, what's up, Derek? This one is the weirdest. I need to double check. Or a convex. is attached to the rigid body, so it shouldn't really... I'm a little bit worried about this when a primitive collider is attached to the rigid body object. I wonder, we have multiple primitive for this one, that is. Pick up. Yeah, we can't place this one just yet. Ah, we can actually place this one, I think. Nope. Let's take one of the objects with only one collider and let's see if we can place that one properly. That's not what I want. Yo, what's up, Mastered? Okay, same issue for the pillow. Works fucking beautifully for this one. Except for the flickering, of course. We're gonna try and fix that. This one, however. Oh, do we have... This one is definitely weird. The bounce we're drawing here, let's draw it with another color. Interactable place. Action, interaction, place. Something is weird. Pick up. Oh, did I draw the wrong thing with that color? Okay, that explains it. We want to do it here. We do change the rigid body to be kinematic for the placeable object. Right? Yeah, we do. wondering about this. We draw it multiple times. Maybe we do. Yeah, maybe we draw it in entity as well. Yeah, we do. But okay, red is placeable object, drawing it. White is entity. Which one is this entity is my question. Oh, in this... But when we pick it up, we should change the parent. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we do. We don't have any weird bounds going on now. It's just when we start placing it, we get 2 weird bounds for the pillow. Yeah, of course. Okay, this one we can overlook. It's just our bed entity that still thinks this one belongs. Ronnie Cax, what's up, what's up? But this red one... It's kinematic. Does it collide with itself? No, it shouldn't. Hmm. The flickering here, I think I know why that is. But this one is weird. Here we don't get any flickering, we just get it placed extremely high up. Let's take a look at this. We get the position. Hey, what's up, Gerald? Shouldn't the pillow be static and attached to the bed? Depends. It's just for testing purposes. Like, maybe we will have it like that in the future, but we're gonna have objects that should be attachable to each other, right? And a bed with a pillow is was at that time what I thought about, what we could use as like a experimental object, you know. This time around we have boxes with fruit in them. It's like when we have an object that is... We have a separate object, but we should be able to put it into another object or stack it on top of another object or something like that. And just want to make sure that we can handle that implementation-wise. Wouldn't be surprised in the end if the pillow is always attached to the bed. I don't know. A little bit too early. Okay, so what we do first is that we take the placeable object and we set the transform of it to be equal to where the point is. We set the rotation to be the default rotation, and then we align it a little bit with the point normal. Then we change the layers, or we store the old layers, and then we change the layers. Because what we eventually want to do and then we move it in the direction of the normal. We move it by 10. That's quite excessive. And then we do a sweep test in the negative normal direction on this RB. Could it be when we don't get anything here, we just move it? My guess is that every other frame we don't get a hit here for some reason. I'm a little bit worried that this one is synced with the... It shouldn't be. Update. I just want to see what happens if we do this. In this case, we don't get any collision. Is that it? Oh, yeah. This could actually be null. Is that so? We're not doing any sweep test here. Or we don't hit anything here. I think we're gonna have to print some stuff. So here I guess we do a sweep test, or in half of the frames we do a sweep test, but we don't hit anything. Then we should remove... Then we should bring it back. This one bothers me the most. We're not getting a sweep test. Oh. Mastered why the flickering. Yeah, that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. The flickering and the offset. And why we're not getting any result here. The flickering is probably hit distance here. And maybe somewhere in the code you have accidentally put it in two places at the same time, so then it doesn't know which one to prioritize. If we would put it in two different places at the same time in the same frame, it would just pick the latest. This is a temporal issue, so the flickering is for because we set it at one position in one frame, and then the other frame we set it at another position, and then it switches between those two between frames. Probably because of this. I'm very interested in this one because we need to do this. Play surface object layer. Okay, I know why it doesn't hit the ground. It's because we need to switch the layer of multiple colliders. That's not... We only switch of the parent. I reckon. And I also think we have an issue of Limit physics layer placement mask. I want to try and do this one again. Yeah, so the placing on the ground is because the collider object doesn't switch layers, only the parent object. And the flickering might be because we collide with the object itself. The mouse pointer, that is. Don't we have current pointer focus layer mask entity? That's good. We still have an offset issue. And if we do still get the flickering. And the offset. Okay, we're gonna draw some gizmos here. What do I want to draw to make sense of this? We really care about... Yeah, we do. And I just want to see what happens if we skip the relayering. So we definitely want the relayering eventually, because when we place an object, we just wanna... We don't want it to appear on... We only want it to appear on environment kind of stuff. So now we can actually place it on top of the character as well. Or on top of the bed, I guess. I wonder if we want to do... There we go. But now we hit everything as well, so we can set it on character in question. Normal is a little bit off, I would say. We can put it on this. The normal is very off, actually. What kind of normal do we get here? Oh, but I know why, I know why. So if we did it like this, if we did it like... Base entity, we don't want this here. So if we did action interaction place, and we just skip this one and this one. Okay, so changing the transform position doesn't update the rigid body position instantly. Instead, we need to place the rigid body. But if we have it like this, yeah, then it hits itself as well. Yeah. That's not good. Now we can only hit entity. Okay, but I wonder, I still want to test it with this actually. But then we want to do interactable place. I just want to see how it looks if we let it interact with everything. How weird that would be. So we do it like this, and then we let this one collide with everything. But our input handler, normal. Yeah, we keep this one like this. Does it hit itself? Oh yeah, it does. We do it like this, I mean. We do it like this, and then we test it. Now when we place this object, it should be on placement layer. When we do the raycast masking, we do it on default entity and dynamic entity. We can definitely see here that we're actually hitting this one. That's weird. We're not using this one in input handler. Current pointer focus layer mask. We are. We don't change the layer here. So why are we still getting collisions with itself? Let's see if that's the case. Cube shovel. How the hell are we still seeing collisions with this one? Default entity, dynamic entity. Oh yeah, I know. So it's the same issue as previously colliders. This one is still layer dynamic entity. Can we do Ah, get the fuck out. Yeah, we definitely want to avoid this. I think we're gonna do it like this. Entity. Uh, mm-mm. Or do we want to? Yeah, we probably want to rely on that one. Uh, 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 That is true. Override layers. We should have some methods for that. Rigid body. Include layers, exclude layers. Collider, include layers, exclude layers. Yes. Where did we limit physics layer? But. And we can try that one. So instead of setting the layer like this, I have layer. Yeah, so we want to do something similar to this, but I'm wondering if then when we do the sweep, I'm wondering if we're gonna avoid. Yeah, we might avoid stuff we don't want to avoid if we do this one. We want to make sure that the raycast doesn't find this one. But when we do the sweep, we definitely want to collide with other stuff. But to test what I want to test here, I think we can do. Let's see if we can do this. Face.entity, limit physics layer. Include layer 0. Skip this one. Shovel, what do we have? Include layers, exclude layers, nothing. Nothing. Really? Nothing, nothing. None, nothing, nothing. Okay. Interactable place limit physics layer 0. And then the raycast. That's the exclude. Hmm. Don't we have a layer called raycast? Ignore raycast. Okay, let's see what we have. We still find the shoveling question, but we're on ignore. Yeah, our raycast for the input handler is still gonna detect this one. If we have dynamic entity here, include layers, exclude layers, I like this one. In fact, do we want to exclude everything? Or just to test this one, we could set these or disable these. No, we couldn't. Okay, we're just gonna do... Yeah, we're gonna do the correct way. Because right now what I'm trying to fix is just something I want to see how it would appear when we can place it on everything. That will never be the case. Or actually... yeah, let's do this. So... exclude layers should be everything, include layers should only be entity. Can we solve it by that? That would be amazing. But then we want to change... include layers, exclude layers. I wonder if we still need to change this one. We can do it like this. Include entity, limit everything else. If we just do this, we have this one here actually, but whatever. If we just do this, our input handler will still find this one. So we're gonna have to do this as well, I think. But I want to try. I want to test it just to make sure. Because our raycast, when we find whatever we're interacting with, will still collide with this one, yes. But if we bring back this one now, so then we have a placeable object that only interacts with entities, i.e. static objects. We limit our input handler so it only finds static objects as well. And then we have something like this. Why would it still find collide with this one though. That's pretty cool. Fuck, do I want this? Instead of marking it as red when trying to place it somewhere, we can actually place it in here then. But yeah, the input handler doesn't find it, but then when we do that, so tool shovels include layers entity, ignore everything else. So why does this sweep test still hit our dynamic entities? Does this one ignore layer overrides? With anything? Okay. Fuck, I can't decide. This is very annoying when trying to place something though. But this is quite useful. The other direction would be, I think I want to implement both and see which one I like the best. Isn't this pretty cool actually? Would like it to rotate based on surface though. Yeah, I think we're going to implement both. So one could be to have it like this, like it actually reacts. How fucking cool is that? So one solution is to have it like this, that it actually reacts to the dynamic objects like this, but then we need to fix this issue. So when we offset it too much. But we don't move dynamic objects. Oh, this is beautiful. Another solution would be that when we have it here, it actually gets placed on the ground beneath the bed, so we get some clipping, and then we mark the object as red to indicate that you can't place it here. But I mean, your love just flat on the ground or in a rack. Yeah, if we would like to place this in a rack, much like this one works here, we definitely need to... I think I want to make it work with dynamic objects. Let's do both and see which one we like the best. This is something we need to handle though. So in this case, if we try to place it here, we would definitely want it to be on the character. But in this case, where the shovel actually fits between the character and the object, then we would like to place it here. So I don't think we need this one down here anymore. I wonder if we want to put... Yeah, I think we want to change the layer of this one. So if we keep include exclude layers here, this works for... So this is what the layers this one actually affects. So this is pretty nice. We don't get it. It doesn't move any of the dynamic objects around. That's perfect. So we do need to set include and exclude layers. But then we want to set the layer on the object as well, because we don't want our raycast for the input handler to notice it. So maybe we want to put it in placement layer. Placement layer. Yeah, we can try that. What happens here? Yeah, during the sweep test, it hits the ground here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we can't place it exactly here because the ground is in the way. Jesus, sweep test is good. Just some visual feedback here and we're fine. We want to show why we can't place it here. Can we actually place it here though? That's not good. Yeah, because we hit the inside of the ground. Or the back side of the ground, actually. Do we need to do a sweep downwards as well? Maybe. Oh, perfect. Okay, let's see what happens if we do this. Interactable place. The problem is, so I still want to be able to temporarily change the layer on this one, for instance, but if we take the character, for instance, it actually has, so it's on layer dynamic entity, but it has some layers, some colliders that are dynamic entity internal. We do change these. All we want to achieve right now is we want our raycast here to exclude something or one specific object, pretty much. Would like to avoid it by layers, or not doing it by layers. Or actually, let's do it like this. Oh, let's do it like this. Entity, original layer. Original layer, game object layer. Then we have limit physics layers, public virtual void set layer. And here we do if collider.layer. Fuck, when we reset it, we need to make sure. Set layer. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Let's just copy this. Actually, I want these above this one. And then we have dynamic entity as well. Oh, fuck me. One sec. Okay, set layer, unset layer. Risky. So then we do interactable place, handle interaction, we limit physics layer. And then we do base entity set layer. And then we want I'm gonna clean this up eventually. What did we call it? Placement layer, I think. Okay, let's try this. So the idea is the sweep will be done on placement layer, so it will collide with everything. We can probably uncheck some of these. So that's the sweep. The The collider itself won't affect anything but entity, which is static, so that's okay. And the input handler raycast will hopefully not collide with the object we're placing, since we put it on the placement layer, but so it still affects like this. Let's pause. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, this one is on placement layer. That's great. Our input handler, however, input handler is still it's on the just entities. Okay, so this is what I want to fix. Because if we try to place it on, yeah, this one, I want the normal point of the character. So it will look a little bit like action interaction place. Let's try and disable this one. It would be amazing if we don't need to alter the layer mask of the input handler. Like, this is a pretty great, or this is turning out to be a pretty good placement system if this works. Yeah, we'll need some visual feedback here where I'm thinking marking the point in question, having a line, having a line and then a line here, something. I'm thinking like architect sketch-ish. Like, we need to in some way inform the player why this is happening here without them having to analyze it too much. And the same here, I would say, or actually here. But yeah, that's, yeah, okay, so this is what I wanted, I think. It looks a little bit too noisy, actually. It's noisy as fuck. So try to place it on the character. I mean, I like this. I do. We could even do it against internal colliders. Maybe we already do, actually. So I like this, but this, whatever this is, that's just too noisy. It's hard to put it in between here this time around, because if we want to, we need to actually mark exactly this point. Could I reduce the noise in some way here? Derek, I wonder if it would help to interpolate between target positions using something like Slurp for rotation and some sort of tween for the position. Hell yeah, it would look much cleaner. But yeah, it would definitely clean it up a bit. Mm. Uh, we need to solve this as well. We would probably want... In fact, do we want to do sweep in multiple directions? Yeah, we're gonna have to test a lot of behavior here, because if we have it here and we move it here, instead of dragging it upwards, it would probably be best to try and sweep it to the right, if you know what I mean. Or keep it stuck here on the ground. Yeah, we definitely need some interpolation stuff, because we want to avoid this, right? There's so many edge cases here. I couldn't blame you for locking it to some sort of fixed angle, like 50-degree steps. That probably help. I feel like the expected behavior there is at some point the mouse stops affecting it and just places it as close to the wall as possible. Yeah, definitely, I agree. I agree. Mm-hmm. I mean, I want to give the when we place something, I want it to be quite free, but we still want it to look good, right? Avoid this stuff. Avoid this stuff. And avoid whatever this is. So first of all, we need to check that. This one we can probably maybe something in between, actually. Nah, the best. I'm more and more, after playing around with this a bit, where it always finds a correct placement point, with some exception though. I'm pretty sure I would prefer, in this case, I would probably prefer if it was positioned here and then clipping through the character but render it as red or whatever. I think. Because in this case then we would have it, we would still need to, the jumps wouldn't be too as big here, because what we have here is we try to place it on the pair, and sometimes it works, but sometimes the sweep hits something else, and it appears extremely far away, like in this case. Like this jump here. If we just mark it as red, we won't have that jump. So yeah, we're probably gonna put it where it is, where it should be located. Yeah, but that means that whatever we hit, we need to change the layers of those as well if we want to do the sweep just against whatever we hit. But I think we can manage that pretty easily. I think. Makes me wonder though, environment. Entity colliders list is empty, okay. Yeah. Entity layers and colliders, we definitely need to do this in start, because we're pulling other objects. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Derek, hey, I haven't been able to keep up to date because of work. Does the water still work with updated terrain? To be honest with you, I haven't tried it just yet. So I don't think it does without some minor changes. But we're gonna revise that water system eventually. Or like, let's put it this way. Let's just the water system, terrain container. It only relied, its only entry and exit point to the underlying terrain data system is this method here. And although we have changed a lot of the things behind the scenes here, this one still returns a value that is similar to what it was before, or is the exact same as it was before. I know that a couple of methods has been removed, so if we just re-add those methods, the water system should still work. but I'm planning on rewriting that quite a bit anyway. What's up, Kuma? Thanks for the outline tutorial. I was going insane where outline's such a pain. I feel you. I feel you. Okay, so back to the place system. If we want it to work like we said, then we just want it to collide. When we do the sweepstake, not sweepstake, but sweep test, we just want it to collide with the object in question, for the one we want to place it on. So that means that we need to change that. One thing, however, changing getting the colliders to here screwed up. What the fuck did it screw it up though? Apparel handler, awake. Sort of a race condition-ish. I don't want to get into right now. So let's leave it here. The only problem is okay, so what I worry about here is our terrain doesn't get its colliders. I want to rely on fetching all of the colliders at awake instead of having to manually assign them for each object. And this works for everything except our terrain base. Because terrain base in awake, we actually, or in awake, let's see, terrain or environment controller. In awake here, we do generate the terrain, so we don't have any colliders before this one. So what happens is that the terrain base object wakes up, it has an entity on it. It tries to find the colliders, it doesn't find any colliders, then we generate the terrain, and now we have colliders, but they are not part of the terrain currently. Yo, what's up, Harukanen? Good morning, good morning. How can I get around this one? And if we do it too late in start, for instance, we will have added some dynamic colliders. So that doesn't work. I guess we could do some sort of solution, which I'm not that fond of either, but we could have delay. I think we're gonna do it like this time around. Serialize field. Something like this. But not a big fan of very situational booleans like that one. But then we could do environment entity here, delay collider assignment. And then we have our set of colliders here. I don't know, maybe it's a temporary solution at least. Environment is on entity, so are these. Because then we could do interactable place. So before we do the sweep here, we do, this one is already on the placement mask layer. So then we could do then we need to take and then we do this after. I think that should work, but we'll see. So we pretty much temporarily changed the layer just for the placement sweep, and then change it back. And then we should get, we have some weird rotations here. This we want to avoid. Definitely. Huh. Character is on placement layer. We never unset this one. Why is character still on placement layer at this point? Hmm. Hmm. Switching the layer is not a good approach. I would say it's very risky. But still extremely weird behavior. And we don't get... We only collide with the ground this time around, do we? I think so. Why though? Yeah, we don't switch back. We have placement layer here, placement layer here, dynamic entity. Still placement layer on these. Yeah, because we need to do... That explains it. And we also want to find, I think we want to take the rigid body and find entity. This actually works. But okay, and then we do now we get this. Yeah, we still need some interpolation in this case. Why don't we get yeah, it still hits the object. So here I would probably like to have it on the inside still. So then when we do a sweep with itself, yeah, we're gonna have to do, we don't want to move it out. We don't want to move it out. 10, we want to move it out based on bounds, I reckon. But yeah, this is preferable. Here we want to hit the insides. We can do some nice interpolations then. So okay, the only behavior I'm not that happy with currently is this one, I think. So basically we find this point on the inside, we move this one out, then we do a sweep inwards and it finds this one right here. I'm starting to think that We might want to introduce a temporary object here. That we sweep outwards. That we sweep outwards to get the point where we collide with this one instead. Huh. Is this a weird way of doing it? Because basically all we're looking for here is if we place it on this surface or this plane, which point on the object will hit this plane first. That's pretty much all we care about. So I'm wondering if this is a moronic way to do it or a clever way of doing it. So I guess our placement, our action interaction place will have a temporary object at all times. It will be on the placement layer. So we don't need to change these objects. We put this object at this point and then we sweep it. We move this one back and then we take this object, put it at this point and sweep it in the normal direction towards this shovel. And the first point we hit, that's where we take that point and we put it at this point. Pretty much. We can double check it, see how the interactions or how it looks. The good thing with it is that we wouldn't need to change the layer of this one. That's very nice. That's fucking actually amazing. Maybe. And like in this case, we would probably be able to do it with a much simpler solution. But when we start rotating these things, because I want to rotate them, then we're going to start seeing some weird behavior. I'm seeing some rotation around the Z axis here as well. Because of the normal, I guess. Default Euler's. Yeah, we probably don't want to rotate this one by, I don't know. Oh, fuck, with some nice interpolations here, this would look very good as well, I think. We just have to avoid being able to place during the interpolation, but we can fix that. Now let's try with the test item here. One sec. Now we just place the test object here and then we sweep with this one. Although I'm a little bit afraid of having a too thin mock-up collider, but maybe it's okay. Now let's try it. So basically, calculate transform place surface object. We're gonna skip this one. Or we're gonna do it like this. Let's see here. We just want to grab place surface object. Okay, maybe we can just do it like this actually. Place surface object. We just take one specific collider and change the layer of that one. Place surface object dot. But let's try it real quick. I'm wondering if we are getting the rigid body object and not the collider object. Yo, what's up, GDs? Dynamic entity. Why are we not finding this one this time around? We're looking at the placement system in progress. Why are we not changing this one this time around? For this it works. Hmm. Play surface object name. Beautiful. Yeah, box basket prefab. We're getting the rigid body to this one. Here we have environment. Yes. That explains it. We could send down the collider in question, which means that we're gonna pack more stuff into our point class. I don't know about that. I want to try it. Yeah, what the fuck? That explains it. But I don't care. We have this side, this side. Oh, beautiful. And then we do some nice interpolation in between. So here we would mark it red, probably. Maybe. One could find some way to put it here. I don't know. Wonder how much we can save with the interpolation in these cases. Not a very big fan of clipping, but if we... Yeah, what the hell? Like, if we when we place it, we probably want to go with some sort of outline shader. So I'm thinking this selection shader. It's gonna make it quite hard to see on certain items, but like I want to make sure that it doesn't look like we're clipping a real object like this, but instead we're just clipping with an outline, if you know what I mean. But I'm pretty sure this is the behavior we want. Pretty sure. Sorry, we have a little bit of a weird rotation here, which I'm not that fond of. Worry about that error soon. But let's see here. Move placeable object. Calculate transform. Why do we need to... This time around, I don't think we need to send this one in here. Previous layer, placement layer. Yeah, we get the rigid body from this object because we want to do a sweep test. Okay, we still want to get the rigid body. But like, I think we want to calculate a placement, position, and rotation. Outside and just send it into this one, or yeah, we just log it here. Hmm. Yeah, we probably want... I thought we need to get the rigid body here. But that's okay. That is okay. We have base entity. Original layer. RB. We don't... Do we change the layer of this one? Yeah, we do, but for some reason we do it outside here. Or do we? Handle interaction. No. We do it here. Yeah. Pretty sure we want to do this. I'm trying to decide if, like, I'm imagining a scenario where action interaction plays. It gets the point where we want to place it, and then it takes the interactable place and calculates the final position for it and just sends it into interactable place, and then it's up for interactable place to update its own position in private void update. Or no, we do it in the coroutine in action interaction place. But we can keep it in here, but we need to make it a little bit nicer. Original layer. We don't care about this one anymore. We already have access to the entity. I wonder if we can do something nice here. RB position. It's just for setting this position and doing the sweep test. Fuck, did we already have one of these? I'm stupid. But we used move position here. Well, that's okay. Interactable place, then we can skip this one. We want to do the sweep test as well, that's true. Me. Hmm. How do I want to organize this? Not all entities has rigid bodies. Would probably like some method similar to this. Sweep test. We're gonna do a lot of sweep tests eventually. So having a sweep tests-ish method in entities is an okay idea, I think. But the question is how we handle it. Like, what would be the equivalent of a sweep test, but for pretty much a static object? We wouldn't like to do sweep tests with static objects. We can do a cast here from entity to dynamic entity, but I don't want to do that every time either. Hmm. Sweep test. Equivalent, overlap, or sphere cast. Or have an available, do this public get private set, but then it can be null as well. One sec, phone call. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. Rigid body, rigid body. Entities does not have a rigid body, but how do I want to do this? Not every interactable will have a rigid body either, so we're probably gonna have to check either way, I think. So at this point, I'm thinking about doing maybe a cast would be best. Interactable place. I wonder if I want to do something like this. This should always work. If this one doesn't, then we've done something very wrong. Let's do it like this. Maybe. And then we do... It's just a sweep test, actually. In fact, we want to do animate entity. We're going to pack it into... rotation as well. That's transform rotation, though. We have to be careful with this one as well. Alignment rotation. This rotation set position, but position we can do. Do we want animate entity? Do we want to have this publicly accessible? Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? think we can skip this one. We're gonna see. Ruski, can you believe the Spy is not streaming today? Yeah, I saw that. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Here we actually want to get position as well. Why not? His wife made him take a break. Okay. The more you know. But during this testing, we actually turned out to extend and change a few things in the entity system. I don't know about that. Oh, did I screw up? Hmm? Okay. And then I wonder if we're gonna do this actually. Let's see here. We're gonna implement a sweep test here. Where we are able to override the layer. I think. Something like that. But Yes, we're gonna do it like this. Do we animate entity, change these layers? Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. Placement layer, and we change limit. Do we set the layer for the full? Yeah, we do. I think we want to do this. Dynamic entity. Oh. That's wrong. And then we're gonna do so we're gonna be able to do sweep tests on specific objects. Or not really. In fact, that's true. What we can do. Um, not too sure. Nah. Yo, what's up, Diagon Gaming? We're just working on a placement system, or a place system. Do I want to check for null here? Actually, you know what? We're gonna do it like this time around. Nah, I don't want to make this public. Definitely don't. Your love bad idea? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, going public. Yeah, I agree. Uh, We do it like this. Do a lot of making progress, question mark. I'm listening in the background while fighting with Blender. Good luck with the fight. Yeah, we're making progress. For the past 30 minutes, it has been more about doing some cleanup, which was definitely needed. But this cleanup will hopefully allow for some more progress to be done right about now. It's almost... Let's take a look at the current state of it. Oops, I almost forgot what the next step was. Let's see if this works still. Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, the next step, we want to make some... We want to animate this nicely. The question is how nice we will be able to animate this, though. Maybe. Okay, still works as it did. That's good. I think we're gonna have... The object we're trying to place is still gonna be at its original position, and we will place it by some sort of outline shader. Because I don't like the idea of real object clipping like this. I think I want to avoid that. Outline clipping, however, like we see here, I actually like quite a lot. So that's okay. But clipping with real objects like this... Love, sometimes you don't narrate for a while and I have to check to make sure the stream didn't freeze. Sometimes when I'm thinking extra hard or I've given up. That's usually when I go quiet. Does this work with a moving object? That's pretty nice. Yeah, sticking the shovel in the dirt to make it stand up would be neat. I agree. But that's gonna be like... That's like next level polish, I suppose. Right now, everything we have is something like this. And this is a place we shouldn't be able to place it. Here we should be able to place it, but the only thing we're gonna see is this. I think that's okay. Same with something like... something like this. Yeah, and ignore this for now. Okay, we have cleaned this up quite a bit. The thing is, so we're gonna do some calculations here. Or rather, yeah, we probably want this here. What we calculate here is not... We don't want to set the position of our object to this just yet. We want to... So what we want to do here is we calculate a end position. And then we're going to have some method here which interpolates from its current position to its end position eventually. But I'll see. We have rigid body. Move. Don't we have it here? We have move position. I would like to rely on something like... Don't we have it here? Vector 3 move towards, okay. Yes. Yes. But I wonder, we can probably do something. Because in the end, I think we want to rely, on these. So we can do move towards, and then we have rotate towards. So we're gonna have a current rotation, a goal rotation, and then we're gonna do this, and we have max degrees delta and max distance delta. Probably not something, so each interactable place will have the same values here, so we're gonna make some static. So what we're calculating here is actually the goal and the end rotation and the end position. So action interaction place, we will probably do, how brutal is this one? Move placeable object, current place point. Yeah, just so we can draw it. Placeable. We want to do this every frame. Current place point. Yeah, that's probably how we're going to do it. So move placed object, we're going to do current place point. And then in place routine here, we're going to call placeable calculate new end transform. And then we're going to have placeable update transform. Yeah, something like that. I don't care about these place indicators anymore. We're way past place and indicators. Current place point we want to keep though. So I think it's time to do this. Don't want to do that. Bounce. Undraw gizmos. I think we're past that one as well. Rotate placeable object. Let's see here. Yeah, this one, I just feel don't like this at all. What am I missing? Oh, whatever. This casting and stuff like this here, but we'll see. And then we do calculate transform point or current place point. And then I just want to double check that this works as it did before we continue. It doesn't. What did I screw up? Oh yeah. Placeable handle interaction, start coroutine, place routine, placeable. Current place point is equal to point. Point collider is equal to no. Ah, that explains it. I think. So it's shit like this we want to avoid. We want to animate it a little bit nicer. Do we want to animate position? Yeah, I think we do. Or is it just rotation? We can try both. See what we have. So we're gonna have interactable place. Private. And position. And position and rotation. That's basically what we want to calculate here. But to properly calculate this, we need to set the rotation and position here. So get rotation, and we do all of this stuff. And finally we do end position and rotation, and then we do that, update end transform, and then we have public void update current transform. And here we just do dynamic entity set position vector 3 move towards, or we can do dynamic entity get position dot move. I thought. What's up, Sam? Gerald, can you tell me what version of Blender you're using? I'm on 4.2. We can do this. I think I'm always on the latest one. 4.4.3. I actually enjoy having Blender on Steam because you can easily downgrade it. Works perfectly. I have some add-ons which only works for Blender 3.6 and downwards. So if I need to use those, I just temporarily downgrade and then upgrade. San, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. New here, what are you working on? We're working on a creature attraction and management game, much like Tamagotchi or Chow Garden or Viva Pinata. But more specifically today, we're working on a placement system. So our playable character should be able to pick things up and then place them in the world in a nice way. Vector3 dot move towards current. Okay, so set position. Vector3 dot move towards dynamic entity. Get position, and then we want to move it to end position. And then we have max distance delta. We're gonna add. I think we want to do this the same for all objects. I wonder, maybe we're gonna do it static first. And then we have max distance. Probably, okay, so per second, 1 meter per second, maybe. Angles, let's do 90. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Update current transform. So max distance here, we're gonna do time dot delta time times distance. Delta position max. And then we do dynamic entity dot set rotation. Rotate towards okay, something like this. Let's see how it looks. Oh yeah, one sec. Calculate transform. We're gonna do update end transform, and then we do placeable dot update current transform. And start placing. That's way too slow. Fuck. But at least we don't get the weird behavior. That's good. Or the flickering. Okay, that's way too slow. Isn't it? Max degrees delta. Yeah, the maximum angle in degrees allowed for this rotation. We don't care about. Yeah, we care about time delta, but. We are 90 degrees. 1 meter per second. Is that actually this slow? Let's bring those up a bit. And then I wonder... there anything else we're missing? Let's see. Yeah, we want to do a default rotation on it as well. Pick up, place. The initial one we might want to do a little bit quicker. Yeah, we're not doing the rotation anymore. This is extremely frustrating. We're going to look into that. But we're not doing the rotation anymore. Why aren't we doing the rotation? Alignment, rotation. We set this rotation. Then we get the rotation. RB rotation. End rotation here. I just want to double check if this is still being calculated correctly. If the difference is too quick or too far away, then we pretty much just want to instantly. So if we go from here to here, it should be more dynamic at least. But the rotation bothers me. End rotation, dynamic entity get rotation. Now we have the rotation. The rotation is instant though. The position is not. I wonder how much this will actually help. Okay. We set it back, but end rotation here. Is still equal to this one, so rotate towards okay, rotating towards the end rotation doesn't work. We do set rotation here. We override it as well. Hmm. This is weird. We create the rotation, and if we don't set back dynamic entity set rotation, then it works. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we don't really care about this one, that's true. I wonder if it's this get rotation here that screws it. Alignment rotation. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't rotate it in the sweep. So it probably doesn't get saved until the next... physics update. So we're gonna have to do it like this instead. But that will work. I wonder how we might need to introduce a pivot point to rotate around. I mean, this is like worst case scenario. Yeah. Fucking hell, we do. What the? Mm-hmm. So we pretty much want to do... I think we can make this look quite nice. We'll see. So basically, if we have this one, so we have one focus point here and one focus point here. And we have a normal like this, and we have a normal like this. We are probably... like, we want to rotate around it like this. So maybe it's a question of, instead of having an end position and end rotation, we want to have an end focus point. So we move this normal towards this normal and this point towards this point. So we move the point as opposed to the position and rotation. Because if we move the position and rotation, we're gonna get shit like this. And damn, really? You always want the end point to be at the end point. We're doing some weird rotations here, that's for sure. So when we have a focus point, not only the normal is not enough, we probably want tangent and bitangent as well, or just one of them will do. And it's a little bit too slow, I reckon. Yeah, it's the focus point we want to move and rotate. For smaller movements like this, yeah, I don't think we want to do move towards. We might want to do, what's the name of that one? Slurp. Eventually, by amount T. Or smooth damp. Mm-hmm. Don't we have anything? This one I like. But could we do this with vectors or with the rotation as well? Maybe. Maybe. Zero love or lerp. The problem with lerp is that then we need to send in a t between 0 and 1, so then we need to calculate the t. And then depending on how we calculate the t, we're gonna have to take in relativity and stuff like that, like distance traveled and stuff like that. This, by setting smooth time, we get a lot of things for free. Smooth damp is incredibly pretty when implemented or when used in the correct way. I love it. We're gonna have to do some relative stuff anyway. Smooth damp is pretty much the key to my camera system, and I like it a lot. So if we could make this positioning system work with it as well, it would be beautiful. Yeah, I should have seen it earlier. It's the point we want to interpolate, not the rotation and position. But I wonder if we want a... So if we have a focus point here and we have a focus point here, we're gonna get position interpolation like this. And rotation interpolation like this. Maybe we don't want to interpolate this one and only the normal of the point we focus. And then we position this one. Maybe. It's the rotation that is the biggest problem. It's this spherical rotation I want to get here. This is what we're after. Positioning, maybe it's okay if we do direct positioning and then Your love, appreciate the diagrams, very helpful, very demure, very mindful, very pirate software shorts like. I usually try to draw. It helps me understand, but hopefully it makes things a little bit clearer for the viewers as well, you know? This one is... It's gonna be quite hard to get this one. It's the normal. It's the normal of the point we want to rotate. Yeah. Which pretty much means that we probably want to do this one all the time. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. It's actually the rotation. The rotation is the biggest culprit in making the placement look noisy. So what if we did this? Okay, this is one solution. I'm gonna save this one. And then we're gonna do private vector 3 endpoint. And then we do just update transform for now. Yeah, we want to have this one as point. And update transform, here we do I don't think we need to do this. Alignment rotation, we're gonna wait with this one. So we're gonna do interpolated normal. Okay, we want to wait with this one, so let's do vector 3 I won't be able to finish this, so it's gonna be another cliffhanger. That's usually how we do it. Rotate towards max radiance delta, and then we do update transform, interpolated normal, then we need the current one as well. Okay, I'm gonna have to run now, unfortunately, but I think we got this. So the idea is that we have a point and we have an end point. We interpolate this point instead. Or what we are the most interested in is this normal. We're going to interpolate this normal. So we have one normal for a point, then we change the focus point, and then we have a new normal. So we're going to rotate this normal in a nice fashion towards this one, and then we're going to replace the placeable object at every frame depending on the current state of this normal. Gerald Love, can you help me with something before we go today? I won't have time on stream, but just send me a Discord message, and when I get the time I will see if I will be able to help you. But yes, that's it for today. I think really good progress. Like, I don't think the hardest part is getting a placement system done. It's making it work with all the other systems we have in place. But yeah, we'll continue it tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be the day where we get it totally done. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. And have a great rest of the day. Gerald, send me a message on Discord. Peace.